Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order, meeting number 1 of the 2025 school year. Please stand for the singing of our national anthem. I'd like to read our land acknowledgement. Welcome to Grand Yellowhead Public School Division, a welcoming place for peoples from around the world. I wish to acknowledge that the land on which we gather this morning is Treaty 6 territory and is a traditional meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route, and home for many Indigenous peoples. We also acknowledge Treaty 8 territory, where some of our families, schools, and staff are located, and from where they may be joining in today's meeting, located here in Edson. We also recognize the Sinuatu-Winawak Nation and the Mountain Métis in Grand Cache. And our announcement. Again, well, hello everyone and welcome back. It's great to see you all this morning for our first public board meeting of the 25-26 school year. And everyone's saying the same thing. Where did the summer go? On behalf of the entire Board of Trustees, it is my genuine pleasure to welcome you to the first public board meeting, and I want to extend a warm welcome back to all of our students, families, and staff as we get ready for the new school year. Our school's offices are now open to get ready for a new school year and welcome back both new and former GYPSD students. We are so excited to see everyone in our schools again. Our division staff has been working throughout the summer to ensure our schools are not just ready, but are excellent environments for learning to inspire and engage every child. As a new school year begins, so does the final year of our current board's term. Interested candidates are encouraged to bring in their nomination forms up to noon on nomination day on September 20th to run as a school board trustee. The work of a trustee is incredibly important in guiding our division in support of our students, our staff, and our families. Please view our website to learn more, and we encourage anyone interested to get more information and to run. It would be great to have an election in all of our zones, all of our 5 communities. Let's get started, and trustees, are there any changes to the agenda? All right, seeing you have one.
Well, I think you have one, or is that just in addition in your announcements? Is that right?
I'm going to bring it forward when I do my board report.
And then Jim's yours in here. Seeing none, can I have someone approve the agenda? Trustee Fowler, all right. Now all in favor?
Okay, minutes of the regular board meeting of June 18th. Had an opportunity to look at those, trustees. Were there any omissions or errors? Okay, seeing none, then those are approved as circulated. And there was no business arising, and we don't have any delegations today, and no spotlight on students yet. And we are on to action items, so 7.2.1. This is our board self-evaluation and goals for 24-25. A recommendation that the board approve that the 24-25 board self-evaluation that took place on June 24th, 2025 be approved. Can I have someone make that recommendation? Okay, Trustee Boblick. Okay, and just the governance implication for this is that the Board of Trustees has fulfilled its responsibility to annually self-evaluate the board's effectiveness in meeting performance indicators and determining a positive path forward as outlined in Board Policy 6.2. And this did take place in June. Trustees, are there any comments or questions? Mr. Scobie?
I was curious the same thing. I thought we spent quite a bit of time together doing the self-evaluation. As a board, you were very open, talking about the past, where we wanted to go in the future. I thought it was incredibly important, the work that you did, how you shared. I was just curious myself if there was anything that you found that you quite enjoyed or that you thought was a highlight of those couple of days that maybe the public would like to know about, because we don't always know what the board's work in that self-evaluation kind of was. I thought maybe there might be something you might want to share that you enjoyed about that process.
Okay, thank you. Great. Trustees, any comments? Superintendent Scobie. Trustee Mines.
I think we talked a lot about our committee of the whole and how we didn't think it was effective, and we started having a new committee of the whole with a new template where we talk a lot more about PD. It is much more valuable. The last we've had now about 4 hours of our committee of the whole meeting, and it's making us more productive and thoughtful, and we have time to really consider things that come up with a fruitful conversation with everybody at the table.
Trustee Fowler.
I just want to sort of really say exactly the same basically as what Trustee Mine has said. And as the chair of the committee of the whole, I really enjoyed with our first time of doing it. It's been relaxed, it's been collaborative. Trustees, superintendent have spoken out, and which you don't really get the opportunity to do too frequently, and it's very relaxed and lots of information, and which then we use and pass on in public meeting. But it was just, I really enjoyed the format, so I'm eager to see how it continues.
I felt it was bittersweet. It was our last time doing this as a group, as some of us are not coming back and others of us are running, hopefully to get back. Very bittersweet, because 4 years we've spent in close proximity and not always agreeing, but doing it very gracefully and very respectfully. And I think it was a wonderful day that we spent together.
Thank you. I would like to say I'm liking the new format that we're having for the committee of the whole, because what's happening is in the past we would see agenda items that discussion could be there, but I'm so glad to see that those, if we're having board motions, those are no longer on the agenda for the committee of the whole. Those come straight to the board meeting so that we can have those wholesome discussions at the table here. So I'm glad to see that that's happening. And I'm hoping that, that does continue in the future, that motions, when they're to be discussed, that they're to be discussed at a public board meeting, not at a committee of the whole. So thank you.
Okay, thank thank you, everyone. And again, just for the public as well, for the first 3 years of our term, we had an external evaluator. We've used Alberta School Boards Association facilitators, we've used Public School Boards Association facilitators, and we used an independent. And but this last term, we decided we would do ourselves with Dr. Parsons and Mr. Scobie there, and so we found it really, well, as you heard, we liked it. It was great. And again, I just kind of say ditto to the new format for the committee of the whole, because there was never enough time, it seemed, for trustees to have professional development. For example, there's all the wonderful modules on PSBA for trustees. Now people will have an opportunity, it's almost like in schools where you have embedded professional learning time. Trustees have that embedded into the committee of the whole, so that whatever the next board decides, if they want to read a module during the month and then come in to discuss it together, there is that time. Or whether the next board wants to continue with book studies, there's an opportunity to do that, because it's just that value of having that time. And the other thing we've never had enough time to do is just generative discussions about items that we think we want to know more about. It's not for decision making, but having that time, I think it'll be excellent. And also not having all of our leadership team sort of sitting, it's more productive time for them too. So I think that's a great, going to be a great change. So back to the recommendation then. Recommendation that the board approve the 24-25 board self-evaluation that took place on June 24th, 25. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. And then we're at 7.2.2, an action item. The subject is an external facilitator for board orientation. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees engages Triple P HR Services Limited to facilitate the onboarding of the newly elected Grand Yellowhead Public School Division trustees following the October 20th, 25 election. Can I have someone make that recommendation? Okay, Trustee Caputo. And in an election year in particular, the board planning happens after the election, because there is, of course, all the onboarding that needs to be done with the new board. And in the past, we have used an external facilitator for this, which needs to be approved at a public board meeting. So are there any questions, trustees, or any comments? Trustee Fowler?
I just want to mention too that I think this would be excellent, the Triple PHR Services, which is Dr. Parsons. And he is, of course, had been our acting superintendent, is very familiar with Grand Yellowhead Public School Division. And instead of having somebody from the outside, so to speak, he is familiar with what we do and will be excellent in this role, along with, of course, our superintendent.
Okay. Thank you, yeah. Trustee Bowley?
Well, we met as a board planning committee, and we brought forward this motion to you that you brought forward, Chair Cartlock. We are hoping to have an amazing orientation for the newly elected board that we pulled together with our superintendent Scobie and his team. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of this and how Dr. Parsons will pull in our suggestions with his knowledge that he brings forward.
Superintendent Scobie?
One of the things that Dennis and I talked about was how we're going to do some planning. And our planning is going to start probably this week where we're gonna connect for an hour at a time. It's interesting because we're 3 hours apart, so we're planning our times to be together. So part of it is to take the board planning committee work, the work that we've done when we were in Calgary at ASBA and PSBA, and combine all of those parts together. And then to be able to do some onboarding for the new trustees, create a nice plan that also helps to inform me as well as the superintendent. And then for us to take that timeline that we have discussed a little bit with, we'll discuss tomorrow with principals and with trustees to say, how do we get from the very first planning meetings in August to one of our things that we have planned in our governance plan is that principals will present their school continuous improvement plans in the first week of December. And how to bring the new trustees on board, how to get them into schools to do the visits, how to do all the learning, and then how to showcase the work that we're doing in schools with all the principals. So there's a lot from the end of October until early December to do. So it'll be really nice to have another, for Dennis and I to plan together. It helps me to be organized and it helps us to learn and to make sure the trustees are ready to go. So we're looking forward to the process and the parts that you've already given us as our guidance to do. It's gonna be great.
Any other comments, trustees, questions? I'll read the recommendation again, that the Board of Trustees engages Triple P HR Services Limited to facilitate the onboarding of the newly elected Grand Yellowhead School Public School Division trustees following the October 20th, 25 election. All in favor? Okay, that's carried. 7.2.3, this is the general elections 2025 new RO and SRO. Recommendation in preparation for the general election to be held on October 20th, 25. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the following. Nikki Gilks, Director of Communications and Special Projects, be appointed as the returning officer, and Caitlin Brooke, Senior Executive Assistant, be appointed as the substitute returning officer. Can I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Mines, and please note there was a typo. It said October 18th, and that should read October 20th, as I read. All right, and any questions, or this could be over to you too, Superintendent Sylvie.
Right, so I thought I would just,
comments?
totally. So we are going to do some changes. We have some changes in employment. Our current Secretary Treasurer and our Director of Finance both will be leaving Grand Yellowhead before that. So Nikki has prepared this report and I was going to have her speak to it. So that is the reason why we brought this forward today. There she is.
Thank you. So I have started doing some preliminary planning and I'm ready to go as your representative for the returning officer with Ms. Brooke as the substitute returning officer if the board approves the motion today.
Trustees, and Trustee Pettit.
Thank you, Board Chair. My question is just, I think, for public knowledge and information, because we had made this previous approval for the Secretary Treasurer, but the wording, I was wondering if maybe Ms. Gilks could just confirm the wording of the motion that we had approved, where I thought it said Secretary Treasurer and didn't have a name specific. So I just wanted to confirm that, I guess, is the first thing. And then for public knowledge, why this year we don't have the new or upcoming Secretary Treasurer listed. That's my only questions.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Pettit, and Ms. Gilks.
Thank you, Trustee Pettit. I did double check. We did actually have the names. So that's another reason why it's important to have the new motion because Mr. Lin and Mr. Liu are leaving. And as for the second question, you had asked about the reason why we weren't having the Secretary Treasurer, the new Secretary Treasurer. I believe that was your second question. According to the Election Act, the Secretary Treasurer is always the default returning officer. Our new Secretary Treasurer is starting September 1st, and so there'll be a lot of new roles and responsibilities coming into a new division. So even though they will still be involved in some of the preparation and planning for the election, because by default, some of the work has to be done by the Secretary Treasurer, we felt it was more, shall we say, nicer of us not to put her in that role when she first comes in. And this is my 5th election for Grand Yellowhead in supporting, so I feel very confident being able to represent you as your returning officer.
Superintendent Scobie?
And so I think further to that, we had a couple of points that we were doing. As you'll see coming up in the meeting, we have an upcoming internal audit schedule that needs to be adhered to and work with our audit committee. We are closing off our financial year as August 31st. And so there will be significant work starting September 1st for a new Secretary Treasurer. We knew that Norma and Nikki had a relationship from before. And so I think when we go to build this all out, it's going to be just a very positive way for Tash Taylor, our new Secretary Treasurer, to join our division, and for Nikki, who has a vast skill set in this area, to help us out and to move us forward. So it was a very positive way of moving forward in both cases.
Is that good? Okay, a thumbs up from.
Thank you. Yes, I just wanted also for public information and the confirmation of the naming in the motion, because I do remember specifically questioning if we should put a name into that motion that we were approving. And so just thank you for confirming that we had.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll read the recommendation again. In preparation for the general election to be held on October 20th, 25, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the following. Nikki Gilks, Director of Communications and Special Projects, be appointed as a returning officer, and Caitlin Brooke, Senior Executive Assistant, be appointed as the substitute returning officer. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. That brings us to my report. And 8.1, the correspondence and information under the board chair report. The first thing I wanted to bring to your attention is that the Minister of Education and Childcare response to our advocacy letter that we wrote in May, and it was basically regarding the challenges after the QP settlement of budgeting issues, and we sent a letter about that, and provincial funding requests for compensation for local QP bargaining agreement, and we did receive a response, which I will read to you. It's not too long. And it came in the summer. So dear Mrs. Carplock, thank you for your letter regarding funding for Grand Yellowhead Public School Division. I'm pleased to respond. Budget 25 reflects our continued commitment to addressing rising enrollment growth, meet the diverse needs of students in the classroom, and support our education partners in delivering a world-class education that sets all Alberta students up for success. Education and Childcare's budget for kindergarten to grade 12 education will reach an all-time high of $9.88 billion in 25-26, which is an increase of $426 million or 4.5% from the previous year. Education and Childcare is providing more than $19 million in rate increases in the 25-26 school year to support the rising costs experienced within school divisions. This funding can be used to support non-certified staff settlements in the 25-26 school year. On June 13th, 25, the ministry announced an additional 2.68% or $30 million increase in learning support grant rates for the 25-26 school year. This increase applies to the following grants: Early Childhood Services Program Unit Funding, Early Childhood Services Mild Moderate Disabilities, Delays, Gifted and Talented, Specialized Learning Support, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit education, English as an additional language, Francisation, refugee student, and severe disability. Together, these increases bring the total funding rate for these grants to 5% above the 24-25 levels. The additional rate increase, along with the increased funding provided through Budget 25, will help school authorities better manage the wage-related cost pressures for support staff in the upcoming school year. We appreciate the details you have provided regarding operational pressures, including QP settlements, and we will incorporate your feedback into our analysis. Thank you for your commitment to Alberta schools and for taking the time to share your concerns. So this can be on record as a response, and I don't know, there might be follow-up advocacy at some point, trustees, as we see how the next year goes and so on. Any comments, trustees, or anything you'd like to say about that, trustee Caputo?
Well, you just mentioned it about the follow-up. It would be, because our year end is August the 31st, to see what actual numbers that this would be and if there is a shortfall that would be happening. And then we would know, we would have more concise numbers. So that would be good to do like a follow-up.
So we'll wait and see what the numbers are. And
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, all right. And 8.1.2, I wanted to report on a meeting with Yellowhead County Mayor Wade Williams and CAO Luc Mercier, which the trustees and Superintendent Scobie had yesterday afternoon. We felt it was a very fruitful meeting, and we appreciated them coming, and basically it was to address the local improvement notice that we received at the end of the school year. And so we wanted to discuss that with them and bring to their attention the challenges that we have as a school division with this kind of a payment or an expense, and so we discussed lots of things. It was really fruitful. So we brought forward, first of all, we shared with them a bit about how we are funded, and in fact we have a finite amount of money that comes to us basically based on our enrollment, and our reserves are there for the operational part we need to have in case there's an issue, and the capital reserves that we have there for rainy day projects, and all within a specified limit. And we have a lot of challenges, of course, as we mentioned. There's the QP, the settlements. There's the ATA coming up, the labor discussions and next steps. There was the extra expense that we had with the wildfire in Jasper, and that $500,000 insurance, what's it called? The deductible. And so we explained our situation, and we also did ask them again why this was needed, and we went back and reviewed the history of when this started. We explained that it did start in 2017. The timeline was, the price from when it was first mentioned that many years ago with 2 boards back to now, that price has doubled. And it was a bit of a surprise for us to be coming forward. They explained how they're in compliance with the Municipal Governance Act, and that for the, basically, they do cover things like surface work, curb, gutter, sidewalks, but then when it comes to deep utilities, the water, the basically water and sewer, it's a cost share. They Yellowhead County covers 50%, and then the landowners cover the other 50. And of course, we have the biggest stretch of property along where this improvement is happening. So I think we laid out our challenges, and out of it, definitely we have come forward with some positive agenda items, because we'll be meeting with the whole Yellowhead Council in September. And one of the things we're going to focus on is joint advocacy. And we are going to make our Minister of Education aware of our concerns. And later this afternoon, we'll talk about that. We also are meeting with the Minister of Infrastructure. So we thought it was positive. We laid out our concerns. We're trying to understand the situation. If we have to pay this, we have to pay it. But we definitely want, because the other concern is with, old infrastructure in other parts of our division. What's going to happen in years going forward? Is this going to be something that we would then be responsible for in our other communities? And we don't just have $1 million in reserves to pull up to pay for water and sewer, when we want to be putting that money into our classrooms and our teachers and our resources. And that's why we're here. And we don't tax. The education tax goes to the municipalities in the county. So I think it was a good growing understanding of each other's issues, and we will build on that. So regarding the meeting, first of all, trustees, is there anything that I maybe haven't mentioned that you would like to add at this time? Because as a result of the meeting, I would like to put forward an action item. So if does anyone have anything to say before I bring forward this action item? I'd like to bring forward an action item. The subject will be Yellowhead County Local Improvement Notice, and the recommendation will be that the board write to the Minister of Education and Childcare to share the challenge of paying Yellowhead County a local improvement tax for water and sanitary sewer upgrades. Can I have someone make that recommendation? Trustee Mines. Now, is there any comments or further discussion, trustees? Because, there's a lot in this. There's a lot that we're covering. There's a lot that we're thinking about. We're trying to do our due diligence. Again, trustee Mines.
I'd just like to say that meeting with them, they were very understanding of our point of view, and we were understanding of their point of view. So it was an amicable meeting, and we both agreed that we will work together to try and solve this issue. And it is a worry going forward. We've got to start paying this amount when we as a school division do not get any money that is earmarked to that kind of public lands for sewer or water. The money that we get for infrastructure goes right into maintaining our schools.
And I have Superintendent Scobie.
I think so when we were presented with this bill back in early June, bills for about $737,000 for improvements in front of and beside, on the two sides of Grand Trunk School, to the water, sewer, and then eventually the paving and the curbs that will go over top once it is all completed to update infrastructure. One of the things that has been pretty steady has been the board's willingness to engage and to ask questions and to just say, what are we going to do? You guys have worked as a team to make sure that you've advocated on behalf of this, reached out to the mayor, we've reached out to the CAO, we've reached out to our MLA of infrastructure. So there's lots of work that has gone on behalf of doing this so that the board is advocating, as a team to make at least so we are knowledgeable and we're understanding it, we are working towards, a positive solution for this. So I think that has been a really great thing to see. and that you guys have done as a group together. So that has been very positive, that has been worked out.
And I think the other thing the public would be interested in knowing is that we reached out to other school divisions as well.
Right.
And they have not heard of it. They have not dealt with this. And in fact, this will impact all of school divisions, because if now municipalities can charge school divisions with water and sewer upgrades, and the school divisions aren't funded for that, that's going to be something that has to be addressed. So when we let Minister Demetrius Nicolaides know about this issue, I'm thinking we're certainly be copying ASBA and PSBA, because as infrastructures across the province are aging, this could be an issue for all school divisions. So it's something that needs to be looked at. Any other comments, trustees? Trustee Fowler?
Just look forward to the next meeting that we'll be having with Yellowhead County, and that our superintendent and CEO will be organizing with input from our board chairs. So look forward to that. It was very collaborative, and it will be good. And the communication, I think that's what's important, relationships.
Okay. All right, seeing no other hands up, I will read the recommendation again, that the board write to the Minister of Education and Childcare to share the challenge of paying Yellowhead County a local improvement tax for water and sanitary sewer upgrades. All in favor? Okay, that is carried. And the last item I wanted to mention is that we are meeting with our MLA and our MLA Martin Long this afternoon at 4, who is also now the Minister of Infrastructure. And among other items, this is one, the Yellowhead County Local Improvement Notice is something we will be discussing with him as well. So we're always, pleased when MLA Long, Minister Long, takes the time to come out and visit with us. So we look forward to meeting him today at 4 o'clock. He's coming here, so. Okay, thank you. And now we are on to, the last thing here is the school trustee election video. Follow up from the announcement this morning. Of course, the school board elections are happening the end of October. We encourage people in all of our communities to consider running. We think the trustees do a service in guiding the division. We hope there's an election in all of our communities. Trustees are available if people have questions, and there's a wonderful, Ms. Gilks has provided a lot of information on our website about election readiness and what is needed. You have to file your papers by the 20th of September.
By noon.
Pardon? By noon. You need 10 signatures, $100, a police check. There's another form. You have to file them here. So there's a lot of information, and we really encourage people to reach out to your local trustee if you want more information, or visit the website and consider running. Ms. Gilks.
And just so that you're aware, it's according to the LAEA, we will be putting notices of nomination day in all the local communities, as well as I am preparing radio ads encouraging people also to run as school board trustees, and then also putting information in our social media again. We've done that a few times throughout the year, but of course we focus more now that we're getting upcoming, closer to the actual nomination day, as well as the link to the video is on our website, but I'll also redirect it from social media just as a reminder, because I thought the trustee video was excellent and it gives a really good idea about the importance of trustees in supporting our students.
Okay. So does this get out to, like, I'm thinking my community, I was reading about the Chamber of Commerce information. They were talking a lot about the what's required for running for mayor and council in Jasper, and then they mentioned school board elections as well. but there was no information about it. So will the information get to our Chamber of Commerce's and?
Yes, now that the board motion has been made, I will make sure that I reach out and have all that information shared.
All right, and we are going to watch the video again to encourage people to run.
If you stand up at an assembly and hear the kids singing "O Canada" and it brings tears to your eyes, that is why we exist.
You asked a really good question, is what do we do? We're governors for education in our division.
You are looking as to the role of where the division should go.
We're responsible for the budget. We advocate on behalf of students to the government, build relationships in our communities. That's really important.
We're the drivers, like we make sure that the work is done.
We work with the superintendent to ensure the division runs well.
So if you want people governing and running your school division, you want them to be closest for your community, and that's why each community elects a school board trustee.
Often people don't understand what the school trustee does. People will know about the mayor and council, but school trustees are elected as well, and people often say, well, what do you do? Or they don't realize boards are different. We have trustees from different communities. Grand Yellowhead has 5 communities or 5 zones, and trustees are elected in each of those zones. So there's a board of 7, 1 from Jasper, 1 Grand Cache, 1 from the Lobstick Zone, 2 from Edson, and 2 from Hinton. So then we meet and form the corporate board at our central office in Edson. And it's really about democracy.
We are elected by stakeholders, by the people in election. We are directly responsible to those parents.
You have a voice, you have an opinion, and you do have to speak up for what you believe in. However, you also have to listen to what the other board members have to say and what their opinions are. Every decision we make as a team, as a board of 7.
Often decisions made by a board are emotional. You know, we don't always agree at the board table, but it doesn't matter. We have to make decisions with the information that we have. We're just all normal folks that are there trying to do our job and in the best interest of kids.
I think it's more important than just a board because of the responsibility we have to the children and the families.
Public schools are very inclusive. They include everyone.
Doesn't matter your background, your ability, where you come from. Public schools accept everybody.
Every child has a right to education, every child. And it should be the same no matter where you live in the province. And it should be the same no matter your parents' economic status.
How do you know that the division is moving along in a way that you want to see it? And I say, you just have to go to graduations. And you see these students, these kids walking across, and they're so excited, they're so eager to get into either college or trades or whatever it is they want to do.
On behalf of kids, serving as a trustee is one of the most valuable jobs someone could do.
Thank you. I think we'll have to show that to Martin this afternoon. He's in a couple of
I
slides.
saw that.
All right, Superintendent Scobie, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So we want to bring together a couple of reports now that we are bringing to you. So the first is my superintendent report that we have, which is 9.1. I've included in there a number of items, and as we do with many of our reports, it's here in the report that we have. One of the interesting things that I would highlight, and I'll take any questions that you would have for me. One of the interesting things has been the work over the summer. The summer work has been an opportunity for me to look into the work of governance and the work of how a superintendent and a board work together. We've definitely shared time together in Calgary with ASBA and PSBA. And then we've looked at the governance core and have shared messages back and forth and some of our own learnings that we have, and just the work through PSBA and the modules they have on effective governance. And then I spent 2.5 days in just last week in Edmonton, and it was all on effective governance. So it's been a really interesting summer to take all the work that we would do normally in the operation side and then talk about how operations and governance work together as a team. And so that part for me has been a great amount of learning over the course of time. And it's been very interesting to share my opinions with you and my thoughts and my learning, and then for you to give feedback as well. And I really enjoyed that part of it. So those are some of the things I had. I wasn't sure if there was any questions about the report that I had prepared.
Okay, trustees, did you have any questions for Superintendent Scobie? Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. It's not a question, but Superintendent Scobie, on your first page, and I'd like to commend that this is going to be happening, that we are going to be having a receptionist in this office.
Right.
And I noticed that it says that the front office is getting a new desk and an upgraded paint job in time for the start of the school year. For me, I do like the paint job that has been done. And it says that we will have a welcoming atmosphere whether you are coming to the building or calling to make an appointment. And thank you for doing this.
And it's been the work that has happened over the last year with Superintendent Parsons, the senior team and the advocacy for making that happen. And then Brian, our Director of Facilities, and his team creating not only a very welcoming environment out there with others and the senior team moving furniture around, picking paint schemes, and working together to make it all happen. And I think that what will be interesting is as we've opened up central office to be that welcoming place, the last kind of thing that we need to do now is to unlock the front doors and have somebody to meet and greet. We have our very first really big meeting here on Monday. So Monday is our beginning teachers and beginning administrators will be here in the building, and Tracy will be here for her very first day of work in the building as well. And it'll be wonderful to have her come in to greet, to meet all of these new people to our division. And that's the first thing they see when they come to our office, is just how much we want people to be here and how enjoyable that will be. So thanks. I think that as a team, and this has been a long time coming, our senior team has worked on this for a number of months, and it's in place now and ready to go. So kudos to them.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Superintendent Scobie, trustees? Well, they're letting you off easy this round.
Very
Superintendent Scobie, and thank you for your report. We'll move on to administrative reports now, division department reports. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees receives a report on projects, processes, and our programs conducted by the many central office departments since the last public board meeting as information. Now, everybody's had these reports and had a chance to read them, so we're not going to have department heads go through them word by word, but I will announce the department, and then trustees, if you have any questions, you can raise them at that time. So first of all, for the finance, for Mr. Lin, trustees, did you have any questions about the big rocks completed and the anticipated big rocks? Trustee Caputo.
Thank you. The board chair, when she was doing her correspondence, she mentioned about the Jasper insurance, about the $500,000 deductible. My question to you is, where is that? We've done we've done advocacy letters to see where the money would be, if the government's going to pay the money, and if they have not paid the money, where is it now? $500,000 insurance deductible. Have we paid that, or we're still waiting for the federal government to come through? What's happening with that?
So the $500,000 deductible was paid out to the contractor Premier Restoration back October 2024. along with the 4.5 million given by the Alberta Education. So we paid them 5 million last year already, calendar year, this school year, yeah, already. But we never got some, positive response from the provincial government that whether they are willing to cover these costs. So it looks like we have to cover these by ourselves, and it is covered by ourselves right now.
So we have had to pay the 500,000 deductible. Okay, so but we'll still keep advocating for that?
Sure.
Okay. And on our insurance, we pay a GST on that, correct?
You mean that
Deductible?
the 10 million?
No, the 500,000.
The 500,000? No, the 500,000 is everything including the GST.
Oh, that's including GST?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I think there's probably more of a question there. Is there a part that we have not paid and been reimbursed for yet that needs to come to the board?
So
That's the
originally, we got invoice from Premier Restoration. It is $500,000 without GST.
Oh, so.
And then, based on the latest revised invoice they give us, towards April this year, they are saying that the new amount is 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 invoice. 2 invoices for the primary school, elementary school, 2 invoices for the high school. Total amount is almost $10 million. And then they give us some GST amount that they think that we should, reimburse them. The way that they think is school division got 68% GST rebate. So there's 2 things I have to mention. The first thing is that we only paid $5 million with the board approval. This is kind of, prepayment on behalf of AMEC. That's why there's no GST element in it. So we didn't pay the rest of the money. The rest of the money was settled between AMEC and Premier Restoration. Probably sometime May, I don't know exact time, but I confirmed with AMEC they have already paid money. Now, they are saying that because the service receiver is our school division, so the GST should go through our school division. And then we should give them the GST rebate. So right now, the status of this, case is that I try to reconcile with Premier Restoration about the GST amount. Because in their 4 invoices, the GST amount does not match the 5% calculation. Actually, overall, it's more than 5% GST based on their revised invoice amount. That's one thing. I haven't got further feedback from their assistant, because the president of the Premier Restoration is Darcy, but usually just is the assistant handling all this work. On the other side is that if we want to apply this GST rebate, we have to do the booking as if we are paying all these almost $10 million from our bank account. But actually, we only paid $5 million prepaid on behalf of AMEC. So when we claim this GST rebate from CRA, there's a little bit, discrepancy. I have to check with the auditor whether we can do it.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
So when was this due? When is because we were talking about, I think part of the trustees and some of the conversations we had we did our payment back in October.
Yes.
Bills have been coming through and requests have been coming in the last number of months, certainly before I arrived in May, and since I've been here in May, June, and July. So are we in arrears with ARMIC, which maybe we need to explain to the public so they know what that is, and what we're doing and what the next steps are, and whether we are now late or are we on time, and what do we owe? Because 'Cause I don't think it's quite clear, even for me, and I've watched some of this. If I'm not clear as a superintendent, certainly the board won't be, and certainly the public won't be to understand.
Yeah, so I think this is a very professional question. I definitely want to, confirm with the auditors in the year end. Of course, it's gonna be the new secretary treasurer, how we should handle this, because the current booking we did is that we booked this $5 million as just a pure no GST payment to Premier Restoration. So if we have to redo the booking, so basically when we reverse that, original booking, and then book the 10 million extra things, including the GST, then claim the GST from CRA. Once we got the GST rebate, we can definitely refund all this money to either RMAC or Premier Restoration.
So how long are we looking at doing this and making these next steps happen? Because I'd still say unless I'm mistaken, as I talk with the public and the board, who are our employers, that we need to be forthright with. What are our next steps and what's our timeline so that the board, who is ultimately accountable for all of this, feels confident in the work that we are doing?
So first of all, I don't think we are late, because the whole thing is involved with basically 4 parties: Premier Restoration, our school division, RMAC, and the provincial government.
Can you just explain what RMIC is so people know?
RMAC is basically the insurance group that including most public school division, that as a group, we try to get a good insurance coverage and premium through the insurance agent Marsh to get the quote, get the coverage from the insurer in London. So RMAC is basically a group, collective group that's doing all the insurance coverage. So the next step for us to do is that first of all, we need to sort out the exact GST amount with Premier Restoration. This part is not difficult. I think I can follow up with them again to get the final number that we agree on. The final stage is that how are we going to do the booking?
When you say booking, I don't know if I understand what that.
Accounting booking. So how we book these transactions. Do we need to book that almost 10 million invoice from Premier Restoration? Although we didn't pay this 10 million extra number from our bank account. So as I mentioned, that the next step is that work with auditors and of course, provincial government and RMAC to finalize what the booking that we can do professionally, and then we claim the GST rebate, and then we will give this rebate to either RMAC or Premier Restoration. Ultimately, it's Premier Restoration. RMAC will still give to Premier Restoration.
In order to do this GST rebate and all the work that is here, is this work that can be done in the background as an operational idea, or is this work that needs to come to the board? Because the board will need to know if they have to approve, and if this is happening in the September board meeting, or is this happening as operational work in the background between now and then? Is it needing board approval to do this work?
Because the amount is almost 350,000, so it's more than 200,000 based on the board policy tool. We definitely need approval from the board.
And the last question is for me, and then you may have other questions, trustees, which we will welcome. Can the work be done? This current board is in here for the September board meeting and the October board meeting. Can this be done, organized, presented to the board so that they can do a board motion at the September board meeting?
It's possible if we got the confirmation from auditor. So we can work on these and see if the auditor is willing to give us clear direction or instruction. However, the auditor will start work September 23rd. And our board meeting is
17th.
and I remember we still have another board meeting before the
Yeah.
election,
Yes,
October 20th.
no.
Yeah, it is October in the middle of the month. The question is that too late to be paying this? Because I assume that if we're owing GST money of $350,000 or there's the claiming and the rebate and the transfer of all that, that has to take place in a fashion that a company gets this money. We're responsible for making those steps happen. Is 2 months from now too long? And who do we ask that question to?
So the thing that I have highlighted is that from the professionalism perspective, this matter can wait for a few months to make it right. Because in case this kind of, just claim cause an eyeball from CIA, they may trigger an investigation on us.
Trustees, do you have other questions you would like to ask of us?
Okay, well, thank you, that's interesting. Trustee Mines?
So the auditors, in effect, do the same thing for us as when we ask our legal counsel. They will let us know whether this is totally illegal and will get in an investigation or not. Is that correct? Okay, because that needs to happen. But I'm curious, if we've been getting these for so long, why are we 8 months when we started getting these payments, and why haven't we dealt with this yet? And I must have missed this, because I did not know this was in the pipeline. So I don't know if I was not paying attention or something. I'm kind of surprised about this.
You should
I
be,
remember-
and I think you should be surprised.
Okay, because I remember it all getting paid and all being dealt with. And so then they're expecting the entire rebate to go back to the insurance company. But the Alberta government paid 4.5 million of that. And we paid 500,000 of that, correct?
Yes.
So, but they get the entire, we're gonna do all this work to give them a rebate. It sounds like it just doesn't sound totally kosher. So we really need the auditors we need to reach out, not wait for them to start in
Yeah.
September. I have an issue with waiting that long. We need definitive answers. We can't be pussyfooting about, which we seem to have been doing for quite a while here.
For the high level answer about this is that 5 million we pay them in October, it's just a prepaid. We actually put these through the board for approval whether we can pay these 5 million.
Yes.
At that time, the board requested that we want to see the invoices, we want to review it. But this case was handled by the provincial government and RMEC. So they actually have a group of team of all kinds of expertise. They were reviewing all the invoices provided by the premiums. And it took 8 months. Until April, May, they finalized everything and paid the rest of the money.
Since April and May though, we have had other invoices that have come in that have not been done, correct? This is this area with this GST, or there are other things as well?
Yeah, I was told that, so I discussed with RMEC and the provincial government. I was told that all the invoices should go through the official channel through that insurance claim. The 5 million we paid, we just paid it as a prepaid on behalf of RMEC. So it's not the official practice that Premier or some other vendors give us invoice related with the wildfire damage recovery, whatever, and then we pay. So that's why my response is very clear: go through the official channel, through the insurance claim, and then if it is handled by the insurance claim, they will handle it, they will pay it. If they are not paid, if the request got declined by the insurance claim, then it comes to us. And then I do have a bunch of invoices, including the Jasper hotel fee that's still sitting there. I contact with Everett Education, ask for the recovery, ask for the coverage. But in order to get this done, there's a very detailed process that we need to satisfy. For example, for the hotel fee in Jasper, I was told to provide 4 kinds of documents, and we cannot get this from the people who live in hotels during the months from August until February.
Okay, well, I think that's a very specific part inside of all of the process. Right now, we have unpaid bills. We have a process to do. We're changing people, and the board has some questions about why we're late. That's one. What the next steps are, what they have to approve, because if they're going to have to approve money to be paid, and what that looks like, and right now it's unclear. So then we need to meet, are there other questions before I speak again?
No, it's very, lots to absorb, and so when we prepaid the 5 million, the 5 million, so we prepaid the 5 million on behalf of RMAC. So when that is all done and said and done, we will get that 5 million back from insurance?
No.
No.
We paid this, prepaid.
Yes.
You need to explain what prepaid means, because nobody knows.
So at that time, Premier Restoration saying that they want to get paid as soon as possible. But the provincial government saying that we still haven't finished the review. So in order to make, reasonable, sustainable for them, they have to pay, the Premier has to pay their, vendors or people. So that's why provincial government agreed that to give them 5 million first. That's called prepaid. So we give them this 5 million, and the rest, almost 5 million, was paid through RMAC to Premier Restoration directly around May this year, 2025.
So the fire in Jasper is costing us 5 million for sure, and 500,000. Yeah, 500,000 for the insurance deductible, which we're trying to recoup from the federal government, but right. And now the Premier Fire and Flood have invoices coming that includes the GST now, which were not presented originally.
Yeah.
To the tune of the 350,000. So that isn't our fault. That was they didn't have the invoices in with the GST. And is that correct? Like now we're seeing that the Premier wants to claim. Their original invoices didn't include GST, and now they do, and that's an additional $350,000.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's somebody's fault. It's just because this case is very complicated.
Yes.
Nobody anticipated that the review process took 8 months.
Yeah.
To ultimately finalize. And I just checked the number. The final number for that 4 invoices for the smoke damage recovery is 9.8 million roughly. So that's why Premier Restoration is asking for about 341,000 GST rebate from us.
Your point was that they were making a 341,000 GST rebate of 9.8 million, not 5 million that we originally paid.
Yes. So that's the main things that I said that definitely we need the confirmation from the auditors or whatever legal services, confirmation saying that we can do that.
Trustee Mines?
I just need to confirm, we paid 5 million on behalf of 4.5 million the provincial government gave us and 500 from our own coffers. I want to make sure that that's clear, correct?
Yes.
5 million comes from 4.5 government,
Yes.
500,000 from us to make the original 5 million.
Yes.
Total cost, if I understand it, is 9.8 million.
Yes.
GST rebate by the sound of it, that was only addressed yesterday, which is not in time for this board meeting or close to what we needed to do. identifies that it is $341,000 based on 9.8 million, not on the original 5. Part of June's work now is to go back and figure out what our portion of that is, and the 68% of that to be done as well. What it looks like that we're gonna have to pay, what we are responsible for or not. And that is still, if I was to say it myself, I find that part to be very muddy. What we still owe unclear and not laid out for you, the board, or for me, the superintendent, in any way that makes sense yet.
And I think
Before I finish all this, I just want to let you know, the $9.8 million is basically the final number that already paid from both us and AMREC. Right now, just because Premier Restoration think that we have the feasibility to claim these GST rebate back, so they want to take these GST rebate from us, which is okay, but the condition is definitely, we need to get the rebate first, then we give the rebate to Premier Restoration. And we want to make sure the whole practice is professional.
You mentioned that there was 4 invoices because they had separated the 2 schools, right?
Yes.
But this is with Grand Yellowhead Public School Division. So my question to you, and you mentioned that the GST was a bit over the 5%, so why was not one invoice sent just specifically to Grand Yellowhead?
That's a good question. I never got the invoice from Premier Restoration directly because the whole thing was took over by AMREC and Provincial Government. They want to review all invoices.
Yeah, and so what I'm saying is we should have had just the one invoice for Grand Yellowhead, not for the two schools in Jasper.
I can ask if we can adjust the invoice.
And maybe there would be adjustments in there too. It would be just the one invoice.
Yeah, I think this is not difficult to achieve. The thing is that based on the reconciliation, the amount is not right based on the 5% GST rate we have here. And we just want to make sure the amount is right.
Yes. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, sorry, Chair.
Superintendent Scobie.
One of the things that we talked about here this morning, I think that has come up from trustees, I think it is worrisome for me as well, is the date of the auditors. I don't know how we're going to employ auditors that are going to, I know it's gonna get us into October, but I think we may have to start sooner than the September 23rd. Is there any other way? So I think after this meeting, you and I will have to talk about what we can do in order to, is there any way to move this forward faster? Because if there's any delays, we won't make the October deadline either. And then we're into a new board who will not have any past history or limited history as to what we are doing. So that'll be some of our takeaway work.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I look at the details of the invoices. Get back to Shirley's question is that the reason why they have 2 invoices for elementary school, 2 invoices for high school is that they separated the cost for the instructor and the other one is the content. So there's one content invoice for elementary, one instructor invoice for elementary, and then same thing for the high school. That's why they have 4 invoices.
Thank you.
The number of Trustee Caputo, the number of invoices is probably not a big deal. They're all there, they're itemized, they're laid out in the way they need to be. Whether they were 4 or 1 is probably gonna be okay either way. We still have our work to do to make this happen.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
And then the hotel fee for staff, that came from the municipality of Jasper, correct?
Yes.
How much was that for again?
So far, we got 2 batch of invoices. And also the Francophone School Division, they also got 2 batch of invoices. So if
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
The Francophone board also got their invoices.
because they have something like 2 staff living in the hotels, we have something like 4 people living in the hotels. Overall, in our school division, we got invoice around 100,000.
100?
Yeah, 100,000.
Okay.
So they are asking for some information that's really difficult for, at least for us to, collect. For example, they want to see the landlord didn't pay the fee because landlord have insurance. Landlord is supposed to cover those costs. And then they want all documents saying that they have already tried to get this insurance coverage, but they cannot get it. Second thing is that they want to see the tenant, who is our staff living there, whether they have the tenant insurance that they cannot get coverage. And the third thing, they also want to see the Jasper Town municipality, why their insurance cannot cover this cost. Because basically it was Jasper City's emergency authority, they arranged certain people living in hotels. Why they cannot cover it? And then at the end of the day, there's one more, document they required. I can't even get hold of all 4 people that who live there. I only got one lady who response. She said that her landlord is not that great. She cannot get any document from the landlord. And landlord even didn't, refund her deposit.
Well, I think we know one thing, it is really complicated. And, we have RMAC involved, the province is involved, your fire and flood restoration is involved. We've got the municipality of Jasper invoices, and so, and it is complicated, and I know just from hearing stories in Jasper, it is complicated. And so, it may take more time than we think. So I think we're unrealistic to think we're going to get this resolved by September board meeting. Particularly, there might be things that can happen before the auditors come on the 23rd, but it is a process, and we appreciate all the efforts to try to figure it out, and so on we go. Yeah. Any other questions, trustees? All right, so any other questions about any other items for finance? All right, facilities, Mr. Orch, you read his report. Any questions for Mr. Orch? Trustee Caputo.
Sorry, here's me again. I just would like to say thank you for all the work that was done on the Mountain View Playground upgrade. It's a lot more safer, and I would like to just say thank you on behalf of the community. Thank you.
That turned out really well. I'm glad we got it done before school starts.
Yes. You got it over the summer, and I didn't hear anybody say that they couldn't play on the playground because they knew what was being done was for the safety of people that use the playground. So thank you.
Trustee Myers?
I just have a quick question. It says JJSH, so I'm thinking that's supposed to say HS, so the Jasper High School?
Jasper Junior Senior High.
Yeah, that's what I figured it was. They did not get LED in their building? They did not, eh?
No, we're about 80% complete in that school.
I just would have thought it would have been done with the new build.
No, they only put LED tubes in 2 partial hallways just to make lead points.
Trustee Public?
I just want to say that I did hear from some community members, the night and change rooms. They're very happy with them.
Good.
So thank you very much for that upgrade.
Anything else? All right, well, some positive news for you then.
Yeah,
Right.
not like you got air conditioning this time.
Technology. Any questions for Mr. Lee?
You have to forgive.
Trustee Caputo.
I noticed that the bus Wi-Fi is discontinued. Is that just the licensing and utilization, the whole thing is discontinued?
Yeah, when we purchased the modems when we started Bus Wi-Fi, they came with 3 years of licensing for them, the management license. Once that 3 years is up, which is now, the licensing alone for management of the devices is $25,000 a year. And then the Wi-Fi service is about $12,000 a year, so a total of $37,000 a year. And the utilization has been gradually declining. They haven't been utilized as much as they initially were. We're finding that the bell service has degraded as well, as far as, you don't get far out of town before you don't have the Wi-Fi through the cellular service. So in discussions with Superintendent Scobie, we just weighed whether it was worth that cost for what we were getting, and chose to cancel it. Consultation with the board.
Okay, and I do, if I have another question. And I think it was in consultation with the Director of Transportation too, right?
Yeah,
I mean, it was a
Christine and I had
full
talked
something, yeah.
previously before, yes.
Right, and Trustee Caputo. I'm just just a question, we're still hearing about the tariffs, like, are you going to be seeing with what you use in technology and up more will be spent because of the tariffs going through or not going through? I don't know.
We haven't seen a huge increase as far as tariffs yet. To be honest, we haven't. Since the tariffs have been implemented, we haven't done a lot of huge hardware purchases. As far as the licensing and products like that we go, they're not affected. But when it comes to hardware purchases, we haven't seen any increase there yet. But again, we haven't made any large purchases since they've been implemented.
Superintendent Scobie?
So the technology idea, we have, Lyle has worked with 3 different companies on quotes for this boardroom. We've set aside money to upgrade some of the services so that when you are connecting remotely, we have the ability to hear a little bit better, to see a little bit better, and some ideas that are there. So that is in the works currently, but it is something that, that we are working on to make sure, as it was addressed at previous board meetings since I've been here, just how difficult some of the, especially remotely, what we're looking at. So that is something that we continue to work on, as well as you can see that we've started to make some changes with some different tables and some things in the boardroom now, one power, strung together, so things that we're working on here. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Lee? Okay, thank you. Learning Services, Assistant Superintendent Aschenmeyer. Any questions for Kara? Trustee Mines?
I'm just curious how many new teachers and principals we have and how many of them are brand new in terms of teachers?
Well, I don't want to steal the thunder of our new teacher consultant. However, I think it is a key piece of information for our public as well. So there are at this moment, because we do have some postings still up, that HR keeps generating, and lots of reach out in many different ways from our principals, social media. We have 13 new certificated members joining Grand Yellowhead Public School Division. And of those, there are 3 which are very first-year teachers of their career.
Trustee Fowler?
Okay, I noticed here too on your new teacher orientation, which you have been doing for the last few years. And I'd just like to have some more information on the process, what you're doing there.
Oh, sure. So the new teacher consultant with Learning Services is Rayanne Miller. She's got us on in the classroom at Harry College, but I will do a formal introduction. She's may not be in her office workspace at Harry College.
But in terms of the orientation, it's being held on Monday, August 25th, and our board members will receive a formal invitation because I have learned over the years of being a part of this, facilitating or participating, that it is a really key governance piece for you to know the people coming in. And the feedback I have always received is that people who have worked in other divisions have never met, never saw their trustees as employees of a school division. So it's a very important piece. So we will have you join us through a virtual link, and Ms. Miller will be having them identify themselves as if you are new in Alberta, please stand. And so they will go that direction, and then you will have a chance to say hello and do your welcome and introduction.
And that would be what, in the morning, first thing in the morning?
That will be, and Ms. Miller will confirm the time,
Okay.
but yes, to keep the flow of the day easy, you will probably be first up, other than, of course, all a very important treaty acknowledgement. And Rayanne will do a welcome to those new people, as will Tracy Cameron, our new receptionist, as they come in. So it will be first thing in the morning. The start time for that is 9:30. And again, our teacher consultant, Rayanne Miller, will confirm with a formal invitation and the link for you to join us.
And she will continue then as well with mentorship as you have done previously throughout the year?
Absolutely, yeah. She will work with first-year teachers. She will also work with any teachers that a principal reaches out and says, they might need a little more support. They're not in their first year. You know, this is someone new from a different province possibly, or someone new from a different country that we could support. So we also take principal recommendations to provide that ongoing support. And this year, Learning Services and the technology team will be doing a follow-up session after the orientation to spend more time on the technology piece, because having them dabble in the things, it's a fire hose of technology for our public. There's a lot of technology to undertake in our division, and Technology and Learning Services has really talked about the need to do a follow-up session, which will occur for everyone attending on Monday.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your information.
Okay, any other questions? And on to Human Resources, and Soria. Any questions for Human Resources trustees?
Just
Trustee Fowler?
Yeah, I just wondered on what is happening just now with having new teachers coming in. Have we got most positions filled? But basically too as well, what about our substitute teachers? Do we have a number of those coming in? Because we're usually always short.
Thank you. We do have 4 positions still outstanding, 4 teaching positions. One at Mountain View, one at West Haven, one at Sheldon Coates, and one at Pine Grove. So we are attending another career fair actually tomorrow to continue the recruitment of that. We've been in talks with all the principals. They do have a plan moving forward and how they're going to support those positions until they find a suitable candidate. And then for the
substitute
teachers, we have contacted all of the substitute teachers and casual employees from last year and asked them to please complete their paperwork if they're interested in coming back for the new school year. We have plans to, at our DLT tomorrow, is to have discussions with principals to also talk to them. They know they're regulars in the schools too, and just to do a friendly little reminder to them that if you are looking to, please return that paperwork so that we can get you set up. And then we also have our job postings that are online all throughout the summer. So as soon as school starts up and we get everybody's assignments back in, we are going to turn our focus back again to ensuring that we're getting more get onboarded.
Thank you. All right, no more questions. On to transportation. Any questions for Ms. Van Neck, trustees? I'm sorry. Sorry, Amy, I missed you. I ticked you off. That was fast. Inclusive services, Amy, anything for inclusive services. Of course, here.
It's me again. I know I asked you in June, I spoke to you, you were going to be working on a booklet. And how did that come? Did you get to it, or what is the stages, what's the process?
It's finalized. I wanted to send it to my supervisor for review. And yes, because it's exciting, we have 4 new learning support teachers in our schools this coming year. So there's a lot of really pertinent information on how to get started and kind of what each month looks like. We have a new LST in Pine Grove, at Parkland, at Summit View, and out at Evans View. So I'll be working with them and in person, and they can be reading my handbook as well.
Okay, that's great. It's great to have that too for the future, and that it can also be added to or, changed as it goes along. Yeah.
Trustee Caputo?
In regards to the wellness navigators, what is happening now with our schools? How were they placed?
Okay, yeah, so we had to shift and move this year with the pilot ending. And so we staffed our wellness navigators in our largest centers. So Hinton will have a wellness navigator, and Edson will have a wellness navigator. And then our best success coaches will be in Lobstick, Grand Cache, Jasper, where they currently are. So it's gonna look a little bit different this year, but they'll all be doing universal programming the same. So they'll be working more in together with the programming. So.
Okay, so then those schools have got like the learning connections, those communities. So then they'll be connecting with those students there too, correct?
Yeah, they'll be working K to 12 in all of our schools and with our TLC students as well.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And now, transportation. Anything for transportation, folks? Haven't started yet, so no issues yet. All right. How about special projects? Ms. Gilks's report. Any questions for Ms. Gilks, folks? It's easy. And that brings us to the end of our reports. I see once again I missed a break, so I think we'll just move through now till lunchtime. And we are on to the 10.2, which is the school year and audit plan. And a recommendation that the board receives the 24-25 school year audit update as information plan. And this is over to Mr. Lynn.
So this year, the interim audit will start the week of September 23rd, 2025. The main timeline for the whole year-end auditing is that we are supposed to, the school division finance team is supposed to provide the draft financial statement to the auditor on October 15th, 2025. And then in the week of October 20th, which is the election day, auditors will perform the audit field work, which means they will be on site for 1 week. And then in November, mid of November, November 14th, all the audit work should be finished, finalized. And then 1 week later, November 21st, the day before the board meeting, auditor will provide draft report to audit committee. So the auditor has just, provided the audit plan to us. And then basically, the 24-25 school year financial statement audit will be performed according to the audit plan provided by the auditor. Actually, this year, we should have, 1 week more. We have 1 week and more time to finalize the report after they finish the site, field.
Okay. All right, so this is the process that takes place every year. Any questions, trustees? All right, seeing none, thank you for that update. And on to 10.3, school library material update. And the ministerial order, new ministerial order on the selection, availability, and access of school library materials. Recommendation that the Board of Trustees receives an overview of this new ministerial order on the selection, availability, and access of school library materials. And I'm going to turn this over to Superintendent Scobie.
And one of the, just as before Kara begins to report, there is a lot that has happened, as you're aware of as a board. It started back with the minister having people going into schools without actually communicating with any of the boards ahead of time, and then sort of making changes and backtracking and then getting to the point where we are now. So Kara has done a lot of work and has worked with other people in her exact same position in other divisions, and it's those connections that have got us to where we are now. So she has a great report that she needs to share with us, and then to share with DLT tomorrow as well.
Thank you, Superintendent Scobie. So our public is aware, on July 4th, there was an amendment made to the Education Act, which outlines a more specific process about selection, availability, and access of school library materials. So you have the report as board members, but I thought it might be helpful for our public to understand what it is that is expected of the division, schools via the division, and the work that will need to occur. So there are 2 implementation deadlines. By October 1st, all school authorities have to remove any materials explaining or containing explicit sexual content from their school libraries, their learning commons, and also their classroom libraries. So this entails a lot of work. We have technology really supporting the work of schools, and we are working together. They are the experts in how can we help our schools to flag the materials. So the ministerial order actually has divided the types of information into 3 categories. So there is sexually explicit, there is non-explicit sexual content, and then there are also exemptions. So one of the big exemptions for our public to know is biblical texts or religious texts are exempt from anything in this piece. Any of the curriculum resources approved from the ministry are not privy to this part of the Education Act. Any materials that are used for learning, learning and teaching resources that are aligned to a particular curriculum are not privy to this, provided that they have ministerial approval already. So this does include our school libraries, learning commons, and also our classroom libraries, making sure that they are having a look at their content based on particular criteria, which is very specific into 3 categories to determine what should be available. It's also staggered by age. So K to 9, there may be no explicit sexual contact for any school library, learning commons, classroom library, K to 12. But there is language here is escaping me, just give me a second. the category for, we have what's called non-explicit sexual categories. So there's explicit sexual content, non-explicit sexual content, and non-sexual content. So explicit is for all students K to 12, and we will identify the criteria which the ministry in the Education Act has very clearly defined. So our school leaders will have that. The non-explicit sexual contact is a depiction of sexual acts that are not detailed or clear and are only accessible to students in grade 10 or higher. So they're not specific, they're not detailed, but there is depictions of sexual acts that are referenced. Those can be available for students in grades 10 or higher. The third category is one of the ones I shared with you, which was biblical or spiritual texts are exempt, not included in this. And the third category, non-sexual content, are things like puberty, biological functions, etc. So there is not 3 categories of content. So by October 1st, our schools have to ensure that school libraries follow those 3 categories of content. They have to remove any non-explicit sexual content for grade 10s or higher and ensure that they are in a location where only grade 10, 11, and 12 students could borrow those from the collection. So it's getting rid of certain materials, and I know that some of our public participated in an Alberta education survey where they showed samples of books. So our principals, if they even have those books, those are certainly going to be removed immediately, and then there will be a cataloging and sorting of the 3 types of content. And moving forward, part of our process here, and which I've been working on as Superintendent Scobie said, we have to have a review process in place by January 1st, which I have well underway. A central team will need to look at it and make sure that it will flow well. We want feedback from our principals. But we divisionally have to have a list of all of our materials that are in schools. Schools are also required to have a list of all their materials. And they, of course, have to be screened to make sure we're meeting the ministerial order. And then we also need to have a process where a parent, a community member who is directly involved in the school that may have a concern about a resource or something in a library, a learning commons, or a classroom, they have a process of writing a concern and then triggering a review of that material and that or library book. The other piece that's really important as the exemption are any of the libraries under the Municipal Act are not privy to the Education Act. So that means that Grand Cache Community High School Library does not, they are a municipal library that we share. There is no work in the library to be done for them. However, classroom libraries for Grand Cache Community High School will still have to follow the education order. For Knighton Central School, that's a municipal library. So again, none of the Education Act or this new ministerial order applies to that library. Our library currently in Grand Trunk School is also municipal and is not affected, nor can it be legally affected by the Education Act. However, again, classroom libraries are in part of this legislation, so all of our schools will have work to do. We are doing our very best here to try to scaffold. It is an incredibly robust request of this government and a huge process for our schools when they should be, they need to be focused on teaching and learning. And we also have to support them in having this completed by the deadlines. The other piece you need to be aware of is that there are also, and it's not related to classroom libraries directly, but that I want the public to know as well as you as our Board of Trustees, is that Bill 27 was the opt-in form for if you want your student to participate in sexual education, sexual health, those pieces. So we do have an appendix which we will present to our principals tomorrow, which will be then an AP Appendix A. It's a form for parents to opt out. They can opt out for their student completely. So a parent opt in. So thank you, Trustee Lyons. The parent must say, yes, I want my child being involved in that type of education and learning. I want them in 100%. I want them in partially for these parts only, or I don't want them to receive that type of education at all. So that is also happening at the same time and is part of the Education Amendment Act. Including in that for our public is also the request of being called something other than your legal name. So I will be going through that with the DLT, our district leaders tomorrow. Nicknames are not inclusive of that, so you can still go by a nickname if you choose. You can also use a shortened version of your name. So if your name is Elizabeth as a student, you can go by Liz. Nicknames and shortened versions are not a trigger of needing to get either parental consent under the age of 15 and notification, or the age of 16 or above. Schools, teachers, teacher leaders are required to notify parents if there is a name change related to gender identity. So there is a lot going on behind the scenes for our schools. And I will say that our schools, the number one goal is to ensure that, and the ministry has been very good, that it is our process. It is the division's process. They have just been a little more specific about particular types of materials than ever in the past. But we are the ones who can then, you as our Board of Trustees, us as leadership, the process is certainly up to us to give us that autonomy around a few I believe there's 6 types of explicit sexual content that is outlined. So this doesn't mean that we're gonna have to empty out our libraries by any stretch. We just have to make sure that we are removing things that are that explicit content, if we have any. And I wanna say that to our public. It's very unlikely, other than perhaps maybe a graphic novel, that our libraries are filled with these, because we've always had a very good process for schools to purchase materials. We've also had a very good process for example, English language arts teachers say that I'm using this novel. They may not have any explicit sexual content, but they do notify parents saying, we would like to do Harry Potter. And there are parents who say, I prefer my child doesn't read that. So our schools have been very, very responsible in communicating with parents already. So the trick is, how do we support our schools in preparing this for October 1st for the majority of cataloging and double checking the materials that are being used? The last thing I want to say, and then I'm really happy to answer questions because it's heavy content of what needs to be done, and I'm happy to answer questions from our board. The other piece that is really key is that there has to be a continual review. So there has to be a quarterly review of these lists. There also has to be, for example, if it's not ministerial approved for health and wellness, so the new wellness health or health in the 789 stream or COM, there is a process to request permission And I will tell you, it's a 3-tiered process. So for example, a teacher must use a checklist for selection of resources, which I've created for our schools, and our principals will get. Teachers need to check these things. You know, intellectual property. Does it have this type of sexual content? Is it tied to an outcome? Which outcome? Does it fit the literacy and numeracy progressions? So there's a checklist teachers must do first. Then the principal must, and I've almost completed the Google form, provide the information to central, and at this time it will be me and a possible designate, waiting to know if that's even possible, someone centrally, teacher consultant in learning services. I am required to use the government PDF form to submit them, and they will only accept from an assistant superintendent of learning. So I will have to make sure we have a review process. I want to make it as easy as possible for our schools because they need permission for things that aren't approved in a way they never had to do before. Alberta Health Services must be approved by the ministry. So many of our teachers have used Alberta Health Services modules. They've had Alberta Health Services come into the schools to teach some of the sexual health components. Right now, I know of 2 boards who have requested a review of that by the ministry and submitted. It's still not approved. So those things have to be approved through that 3-step process for approval. Now, that being said, I'm happy to clarify anything or answer any questions to the best of my knowledge at this time. I do want to say to the public, this is legislation. It is in effect. For the library books, it's a 2-tier implementation. For the opt-in piece, for the gender, like names and gender identity and names, that's effective September 1st. And the opt-in for the sexual health education is also effective September 1st. Now to you.
Thank you. Trustee Pettit.
Thank you, Board Chair, and thank you, Kara, for the very well laid out processes involved in the new legislation. My comment is, could we not use, like as a former librarian, I'm thinking how to go through all the school resources and to capture any novels, let's say, that might be in a school library with this content. Could we not work with our tech department to use some sort of AI technology, because all of our schools have those resources listed in our computer system, and like search for keywords or search for certain content, and then kind of have then a person cross-reference, double check it to make sure that those materials are removed from our school libraries to make the process easier.
Thank you for that, and I didn't dig too deep into it, but that's the work in the background that the tech team is doing, is what can be done using artificial intelligence with Insignia and Mandarin. So for our public, Insignia is the library system for our elementary schools primarily, and also including most of our middle schools, and then Mandarin is referring to our high school collections. The challenge with that is that we have to ensure a couple of things. We have to ensure that the flags and the prompts that it's given are truly dealing deep enough into, based on the sexually explicit content criteria of the Education Act. It may not provide enough in terms of synopsis, and that may be the flag. So they are truly looking at that too. That's some of the support we want to offer our schools. We have teachers, and I have, a few colleagues who have reached out and said, can I scan my classroom library and then I could maybe do some chat GPT or chat GPT agent, or can I just use LibBib is one of the applications to catalog everything for my lists and then go through and then I get rid of things and I sign them out that way. we need to do some due diligence, and I would like if Director Lee wouldn't mind speaking to the due diligence we need to do when we're dealing with student names and when we're dealing with artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thanks. Yes, we are looking into what can be done in this manner. One thing to keep in mind is our searches will be related to titles and looking against maybe descriptions online that might be available for certain titles, because the descriptions within the Mandarin and insignia won't necessarily indicate whether there is questionable material. So we're going to be looking at whether we can compare descriptions of books that are online. But then the other challenge is, I mean, we don't have digital versions of all of our books. So we can certainly scan digital books that we have in PDF form or other form like that, but for hardcover, softcover books that are paper only, we're going to be relying on descriptions that are available online and outlines of books and how accurate they might be. So I'm just saying that as a caveat. Yes, we are going to be looking into what we can do, but it's not as easy as just dumping a PDF in and scanning the books and looking for keywords, because many of those books we don't have digital versions, and then the information we're going to be relying on is cataloged information on the internet that might flag a book as questionable. So I just want to give, that's what we're at, where we're at.
Thank you, and I wanted to also share too, that the majority of materials in our libraries are not going to be of concern based on the 3 levels of criteria that the ministerial order outlines. They really are not. So I think that we are going to be in a good place. I also work, as Superintendent Scobie said, with wonderful people that collaborate across the province. And I've already shared some AI prompts with our tech team, that divisions who have already started to do things. I would predict that likely, we may have amongst system leaders, there'll be probably people sharing lists of things that, hey, here's these books that we found. You may wish to pull them. This is what we found. So I'm very grateful for that collaboration within our province and to the Council of Alberta School Superintendents, which nurtures that relationship. And I think that will be very helpful because, yeah, when we're talking books that are paper, it is going to mean going to look, and it is going to be a tiered support. What's the title? What is a synopsis you can find? And then you may have to go over and actually look at the book and go through the book. So the more we can provide information that is shared amongst the people in our province, then the less of that we may have to do based on supporting. It's kind of like scaffolding for our students. We will need certain supports depending on the resources in certain libraries.
Thank you. Trustee Caputo. Thank you. You said this is a robust request of our schools, which is so true. Now, my question to you, I believe the government is not giving us no financial support, no funding for this.
No, that's correct, Trustee Caputo. There is no extra additional funding for anyone to do the work of this. There is also, for our public to know, we are no longer in the time of, we're certainly not in a time of trained librarians that are in a library or learning commons 1.0 of their day. So we're talking about educational assistants who sometimes have time in a classroom. Then there's some 0.1 or 0.2. And I know Trustee Pettit was in our libraries too. In a lot of libraries, it's not a 1.0 position. And yes, there is no additional funding afforded to implement the legislation of the Education Amendment Act.
So in other words, so what I'm hearing you say is that work is going to be put at the edge of somebody's desk to get that done. by the dates that are required of them. Another concern is that when these books were found, it sounds like these people went straight to the minister. Should have they not done the process of gone to the school? I don't know I know the process, but I'm just thinking, wouldn't have that been a lot better for people, or I don't know.
Thank you, Trustee Caputo. I can't speak for what division, what schools, which, of stakeholders were concerned. And that's why I think us having a very robust, very clear review process, then it will come to us very clearly. Here are the steps as a parent of a student or a parent or a community member directly involved in the school. So I couldn't tell you if those books were brought forward by people who were not parents. We don't know that, but I think our process can ensure that when there is a concern, it comes to us first, because we've been very clear on that process. And that process will not be, the review process of a material will not be left to our principals. There will be steps. Obviously, the parent or a community member who is active in our schools will, as part of our process, express their concern, identify the piece, and then there will be a process to fill out and complete the information, specifically what they're concerned about. It will come here to Learning Services, and we will have a process. It will not be me alone, because as educators, we want to ensure that our students are exposed to appropriate learning opportunities, and so we will be very robust in reviewing concerns to ensure that we're not filtering out everything from a library, so to speak. And I think, that is truly the position of CAS as well, and my colleagues around the province, is that we want to be very much in control of what is in our schools. And if there's a concern, we would like to address it here. And my understanding is the ministry will ask if the concern goes straight to them. They will be sent back to us if they did not follow our process.
Okay, thank you.
So that's very supportive of the ministry, for us to be given the opportunity to look at, review, discuss with a concerned parent or community member involved in the school.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Any last questions? Trustee Ballard?
I think this last part that you mentioned is we heard from school board trustees that were affected immediately. And that was their complaint, is that they were unaware. So I think the ministry took that into consideration, and that is why, because we were in Calgary when we heard about it. To the minister.
To the minister.
Right, to the
Twice,
minister.
like,
Yes.
there was significant time that was spent certainly on this,
Yes,
for sure.
and so I'm thinking that he heard what was said and obviously made that change.
Any Trustee Fowler?
I just want to make a comment to you and the team and our learning service and throughout the division. This is a very short term since you've been told about this. Huge amount of work. This is a time when schools are gearing up, getting back into classrooms, teachers, you as in charge of learning. What a responsibility, and you are doing this, now, and it has to be seen to by January 1st, and it's actually implemented now, and without funding, which I'm glad was brought up, because a lot of these legislations come down and never any additional funding. And so you have to be commended on the work that you are doing.
It is certainly, if I may, Board of Trustees, that's where the central leadership team and department members within central leadership team really depend on one another and really collaborate to see how we can lessen the burden of our schools. And in fact, we can be a filter and a support for this is what you must do. Here is how we can try to support so that our schools, our teachers, our leaders in our school buildings are focusing on the work, which is teaching and learning with students.
Well, thank you very much for all the work, and I think our kids are in good hands, and we will meet the beginning of school expectations, the October 1st expectations, and in January, whoever in the new board is on policy may be looking at the board policy to see that we have that deadline to, if we need policy in place. So thank you for that and all the work. And we will now recess until, let's come back at.
Chair.
Yes?
I was just curious, just when we look at the administration reports that are here,
Yeah.
our last administration report would be from Megan, which I think is relatively.
Okay.
This one here. Which I think is probably a relatively straightforward, and it would be our last administrative report to do. And then when we return, we could return back as trustee committee reports and whatnot, which is a way to do it. If that works, I think it would.
All right, well, I was just cognizant of not having a
Me
break
too.
and whatever, but let's listen to the superintendent and go over to you. ATA PD funds breakdown. This is that the board received a report on professional growth committees as information, and this is over to you, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, Ms. Orlick.
Thank you, Board Chair. So we did provide you with a report on the ATA funding PD use in June, but a question had come up around the breakdown of the utilization, and I believe that was around how many have used the funding for masters versus other courses in PD. So we have provided you with that breakdown. So in the Edson and Lobstick zone, there have been 62 individuals who have accessed the ATA PD funds, and 10 of those have accessed it for the use of master programs. And then with Jasper, Grand Cache, and Hinton, 63 people have accessed the funds, and 5 of which have accessed it for the purpose of master programs.
That's excellent. That's great news. Trustee Mines.
Is that just last year, 10 masters? It's not over a time period, is it?
That's right, that's just for the 24-25 school year. So 15 total throughout the division.
Okay. All right. Are there any questions for Ms. Hoyt? All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hoyt. And so I think then we will come back at 20 after 1 and resume the board meeting then. And depending on the agenda, those that are needed to be here can be here, and those that aren't can go about their day. So we will adjourn now till 20 after 1. Thank you, everyone.
I ask you a question about how you
We are on number 11, trustee committee reports. And the first item is 11.1, which is trustee connection to board governance work plan calendar. And I don't know if any of the trustees have anything that they wanted to report about, above and sort of beyond what you do regularly. Or is there any reports for this section? Trustee Mines?
It wasn't directly related to education, but I was invited to the AWN Cultural Camp as part of our role on the medical board. But it was a really good session, that it was a full day out at their traditional land camp. And there's a lot of things that I can apply in the education world.
All right, thank you. Okay, and board policy committee, Trustee Bublik?
I'm going to give a verbal report. The policy committee is bringing 2 policies forward with changes for the board's consideration for the September public board meeting. And also the policy committee is bringing a recommendation forward to the recognition of employees committee to review policy 19. We have some recommended changes that we would like that committee to look at.
Okay. All right, so that'll be coming up. Any questions? Recognition of employees committee, any report there?
Nothing to report at this time.
Okay, board planning seminar committee. Okay.
The board planning committee, we met over the summer to discuss and lay the foundation for the superintendent, senior admin, and facilitator to build the orientation for the new board. The initial orientation will take place in October after the election, and then the other dates will be announced after that.
And then, so I saw the notes from that. So tomorrow, Dennis and I are gonna meet 4 my time, 7 his time, and I'll bring that forward to him so you can see those recommendations from that committee as well, and then we can start to talk out. And I think we have, between the number of different things that we've done, we probably have lots of ideas and things I've captured in one note and whatever else, so we should have a good start and then we can kind of keep you apprised.
Good, and we did put a timeline that we would like, or a recommendation for a timeline that we think would work for the new board coming in.
Okay, we'll make sure that we kind of look at that as well, and if there's any questions, then I would come back to you guys.
Okay, board negotiation committee. Do we have anything there? Board finance committee.
We met yesterday. At this time, there's no recommendations coming forward. We've asked Superintendent Scobie with finding out some more information for us.
And board representatives for PSBAA, Trustee Fowler.
Okay, I'll be fast. Okay, August PD and PSBC meeting was at Red Deer, August 6th to 8th. Of course, we always have fantastic PD, and included, I'm not going to list it all, but we went to the Alberta Sports Hall of Fame, and then we had a tour of the Iron Ridge Secondary School in Black Falls, which was completed in 2024 and was of a P3 construction. So that was interesting, and hearing what they had to say about that. Then we had a tour of Lacombe Composite High, students-led robotics information on programs, and there was student-led information on beekeeping, aquaponics, gardening, and solar projects. Then one that really stood out was a tour of the Sheldon Kennedy Center of Excellence in Red Deer, child, youth, and family mental health therapy, short-term goal-focused therapy offered to children and youth who are experiencing mental health or addiction concerns. It was opened in 2024, creating space for different strategic partners to operate alongside one another in the best interest of children, youth and families who have experienced any form of abuse. It was the first in Canada to use the integrated practice model that is now internationally regarded as the blueprint for child advocacy. And they have people coming from overseas to tour the facility because they wish to incorporate it, bring it back into their countries. So, and it's for the central area only. There was Melody took quite substantial notes as we were going around. She was emailing herself, so she's got lots, and we've emailed them on to her because it was amazing, absolutely amazing. Red Deer Public School Fire Department, they did a presentation and on students being with credits within the fire program, and it's already on the PSBAA website, so you can see that presentation on there. Red Deer Public School Divisions, also there was information, and they do student support rooms. Okay, then we have the council meeting, our calls to action, the draft budget and the draft bylaws amendments were approved in principle and will be presented at the annual general meeting on November the 21st. You need to register for the fall conference and annual general meeting as when possible. There'll be no other PSBC meeting this year because of the municipal election in October. And just a reminder, as I say, that what I wanted to remind trustees was that on the PSBAA website, there are brochures available to print on rolls of trustee, and you can use them and put your picture in or whatever way you wish to do it. And the modules, members will be able to access video presentations in September. They already have audio available, and they were looking at those modules. And just a reminder too about the Indigenous modules that are done through University of Alberta through PSBC. And the council meeting summary will be forwarded to the trustees and superintendent. I submit my report.
Okay, any questions for Trustee Fowler? Oh, sounded like a.
It was very busy.
Nice, yeah, very good. Yeah. And there's no report from Zone 2-3. Future business. We have our board meeting on the 17th, and our committee of the whole on the 17th, and of course, we know we're meeting with Yellowhead County on the 16th. Any notice of motions? Any future agenda items? And I would like to move into closed session regarding labor. I would like trustees and Superintendent Scobie to stay. Can I have a motion to move into closed session at 1:42? Trustee Mines? All in favor?
adjourn. Camera.
Could I have a motion to come out of camera at 2:08?
Okay.
Trustee Bublik. All in favor? Carried. And there was no action in response to the closed session. Could I have someone move an adjournment? Trustee Caputo. All in favor?